SDPB brings South Dakotans together, telling the stories that unite small towns, big ideas, and the people who make our state shine. Good, useful, and full of wonder. SDPB. SDPB shares the voices and experiences of South Dakotans, preserving our stories, our culture, and our sense of place. SDPB. Good, useful, and full of wonder. As South Dakota's public media network, SDPB serves everyone with transparency, integrity, and commitment to open access. Good, useful, and full of wonder. SDPB.
Good morning. The Senate Transportation Committee will come to order. Welcome, everybody. Welcome those online. A few reminders. Cell phones off or silent, or there's a penalty determined by the committee, and they're pretty harsh. That goes for committee members, too. If you plan to testify today, please sign in on the iPad in the back. If you have any issues, let us know. You can do it with your phone with the code back there too. So with that, I'll have the secretary call the roll.
Senators Hone. Here. Larson. Here. Nelson. Here. Rowe. Excused. Shane Fish. Here. Sauter. Here. Dibert.
Here.
Mr. Chair, we have a quorum.
Thank you. Next on the agenda is we'll entertain a motion to approve the minutes from our last meeting.
So moved. Second.
Got a motion by Larson, a second by Shane Fish to approve the minutes from our last meeting. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Same sign. That motion carries. The minutes are approved. We're going to have the pages come up and introduce themselves, tell us a little about them, where they're from. It's their last day, so I'll give them a little freedom with what they want to share.
I'm Esther Burkhalter. I'm from Prairie City, South Dakota, otherwise known as Struhl, where Senator Divert's parents actually met. And I'm going to go to SDSU and hopefully get a business degree.
Thank you, Esther.
Hi, I'm Quinn Nielsen. I go to Sioux Valley High School in Volga, South Dakota. And I, after high school, plan to go to SDSU and double major in political science and vocal performance, and then go to law school afterwards. And a fact about me is our school is doing Mamma Mia April 16th, 17th, 18th, and 19th. So I am, and I'm Donna. I am.
Well, good for you.
Thank you.
And there's also Diverts in Volga. Yes, Senator Nelson.
You know, I've heard this a couple times from her.
Would you like a personal privilege?
Personal privilege. Thank you.
Ahead.
I appreciate that. It's Friday. She's been in a couple of committees and has said she's, vocal performance. Could she just do a couple lines of singing for us? Yes.
I'm not going to put that penalty on anybody, but if she volunteers, she can certainly do it. Or if she could do it on the floor today, that would be her two choices. Maybe later. Okay. Thanks again. I don't know what we'd do without pages and interns. So thank you for being here. Lobbyists, make sure your badges are visible. With that, we will go to our first bill hearing. House Bill 1188, clarify the duties and limit the liability of law enforcement officers and others when removing a disabled vehicle from a highway, a right-of-way, or public waters. Senator Rowe, before you get started, Representative Rowe, I didn't give you a pay raise there. You had an amendment. Did you want that moved?
Mr. Chair, yes, please.
Got a motion by Senator Sauter and a second by Senator Shane Fish to move Amendment B as in Bravo. Discussion on that amendment, or is it just put it in the shape you want it in?
Mr. Chair, just add some language clarifying, maybe some missing conceptual ideas. Doesn't change the meaning of anything. Worked with industry, and they said this is maybe a little vague, so let's just make it a little sounder language. That's what we did.
Okay, so I have a motion to move Amendment B in a second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
opposed, same sign. That carries. We're now addressing House Bill 1188B as amended through Amendment B.
Good morning, Mr. Chair, members of the committee, Representative Kent Rowe, District 4. Bring you 1188B. Came through House Transportation and the House floor in fine shape. We did add the amended language, 1188B. It's on lines 16 and 17 of page 1, and also on lines 12 and 13 of page 2. You should have a handout, and we can go through that quickly. The purpose is to clarify authority for law enforcement and state agencies to quickly remove disabled vehicles, boats, off-road vehicles, and snowmobiles that create safety hazards on highways, rights-of-way, public waters, while protecting responders and towers. It says towers, not towers, strange word, from liability for routine damage and ensuring the owner pays removal cost. This applies when the driver cannot quickly remove the vehicle or it is a hazard. Highway Patrol, DOT, sheriffs, or peace officers may arrange tow to garage or place of safety and remove spilled cargo, personal property that blocks traffic or creates danger. This is the owner pays 100% of all the removal costs, including the private removal agency acting on behalf of the state or the political subdivision. Full liability protection for officers and removal agencies unless gross negligence or willful wanton misconduct. This applies to disabled boats, motor vehicles, off-road vehicles, and snowmobiles when removal serves public safety. It's authorized the Highway Patrol, DOT, Game Fish and Parks, sheriffs, peace officers, removal agencies, or anyone acting at their direction. The owner pays 100% of all of the removal costs. What Amendment 1188B did explicitly makes the owner responsible for costs charged by removal agencies and clarifies protection extended to anyone acting under official direction. Why this bill matters? Faster hazard removal. It protects officers, Game Fish and Park staff, and towers from frivolous lawsuits over normal tow damage. Zero cost to the taxpayers, and it provides strong accountability for that reckless conduct. I've also included some Q&A for you to look at, and I will stand by for questions. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Proponent testimony in the room. Welcome.
Mr. Chairman, members of the committee, my name is Dick Thiessen. I represent the South Dakota Sheriff's Association. I hadn't realized what a significant problem this has become, particularly on big snow days. I guess that's because we haven't been getting so much snow this year, but this has apparently really become an issue. What's happening out there, I understand, is that some of these trucks, for example, that have a significant cargo, have arrangements or contracts with some national trucking company or national towing company. And so when they're stranded in a snowstorm and cargo is across the road and vehicles are in the ditch and on the road, they object to the sheriff calling a wrecker that's close by to remove these items from the right-of-ways. It creates a significant hazard and danger to the public when those are not timely removed. So because of that, this bill, I think, was crafted much in response to that complaint by us. It's important to South Dakota sheriffs to be able to be confident that they have specific authority to do this. The reason is that you've got some truck that's in the ditch and cargo spread all over, and he wants to call the wrecker to get it out of there, and the driver says, no, you can't do that. You can't do that because we have we have a contract with XYZ Wrecker Service, and by the way, they're 2 or 3 hours away sometimes, even in another state sometimes, with no one in South Dakota to do it. So that creates a danger to you as a driving public, that we're not able to remove these items and make that roadway safe again. So that's the motivation behind the bill. Allows them to move ahead and call a local wrecker service or truck towing service to get that right-of-way back open for you and the public.
Thank you. Further proponent testimony in the room? Seeing none, we have a proponent testifying online. Mr. Wicks, are you there?
Yes, I am.
Please proceed.
Andy Wicks, South Dakota Professional Towing Association. We're for this legislation. We've just for safety of officers involved, as well as the towers, things like that. We have just an instance that we run into I-29. Somebody jackknifes a semi truck. It's blocking the passing lane, limited visibility. The driver of the truck says, you know, I don't have the, or I'm gonna wait for somebody to come get it out. And well, meanwhile, you have a whole lane of travel blocked, and that's not safe for anybody. It's not safe for law enforcement to have to sit there to run traffic control, regardless. So this is just a way to expedite that process, so we can get the lanes of travel open and get everybody moving as safely as possible.
Thank you, Mr. Wicks. With that, I see no more proponent testimony in the room.
Did you say pro or opponent?
Or proponent
Yeah.
testimony in the room. We'll go to opponent testimony in the room. Seeing none, we'll waive rebuttal and go to committee questions. Senator Larson.
Question for the prime sponsor. So I have two questions actually. Does the charge that is given to the person owning the vehicle and or the cargo, does that charge include the time of the police officer and or any admin fee for the Department of Public Safety, or is it just the actual fee of towing, or does it include that police officer's time or anything like that?
Mr. Chair?
Please.
As I understand it, the officers are on duty and they're being paid by the whichever authority they're operating under, whether it's a county sheriff or highway patrol or snowplow driver or whomever. So I don't believe that that there's a separate charge when they're called to the scene of an accident or to the scene of a incident. I don't think there's hazardous duty pay or anything related to that. So the answer is no.
Yes.
Just to follow up on that. So the only charge that would actually be given to the person who owns the vehicle or the cargo would be that third-party towing charge.
Mr. Chair? So this, and perhaps Mr. Wicks can address this, what's becoming more and more common is they'll have drive-offs because these tow drivers are pretty generous people. I've dealt with a lot of them over the course of time, and they develop relationships, and this legislation actually developed from a relationship between the sheriffs and the tow companies and the highway patrol. So Highway 15 and runs up from, Toronto up to Millbank. That's a real heavily used truck corridor, and it's not a very wide road. So you'd have a guy run off the road there, and Corey Borg, the sheriff from Dual County, would show up, and he'd call Andy, and they'd say, let's clean the road up. Well, they were both doing their public duty as far as I'm concerned. And occasionally you'd get a guy that would just drive off and not pay. And I don't think that's right, and I don't think anyone in this room probably thinks that these guys shouldn't get paid for their work. And what this does, it just offers another layer of protection to make sure that we continue to get paid for their work And also, these guys aren't obligated to take these calls. So they're just doing it because that's their job.
Go ahead, Senator Larson.
Thank you. And one more follow-up question regarding the situations that you were talking about with cargo that might be scattered across the road. Is there any other legal framework that might apply to that? Like, I'm thinking about, is there an obligation for the person who's taking care of the scene to collect and store that anywhere? Like, what if it's kind of expensive cargo? And I just know this from having to remove other people's property from certain other places. There's generally laws around that, and I just didn't know what would apply in this case if somebody, you know, it also seems like if someone comes across an accident and there's cargo everywhere, no one's responsible for it, and I just want to see if there's a loose end there that could be dealt with.
Mr. Chair, could I defer that question to Mr. Andy Wicks?
Certainly. Mr. Wicks, are you still available online?
Yeah, Andy Wicks, Professional Towing. So part of this this bill 1188, we've incorporated that hold harmless, and what that is for is the load, if that vehicle is blocking the road or the load is blocking the road, the state DOT would be able to put their plow down and get it off the road, because that's way more critical than you know, the value of the cargo. It could be a load of TVs, whatever. But one fatality accident, a secondary accident, is a much greater concern than somebody's cargo that's probably insured anyway. So that's where that line 17 through 23, the absence of gross negligence or willful and wanton misconduct in removing the vehicle and its cargo, no agent of the Highway Patrol, DOT, Sheriff will basically be accountable for any damage incurred to that. So that's exactly why that's in it. I think there's 20, 30 states, I don't remember now, but I know it's at more than 20, less than 40 states that have a very similar legislative structure for this scenario as well.
Thank you. Senator Hone.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I don't know if this will be for the Prime or Mr. Wicks, but is there any statistics on like the secondary accidents that occur from, you know, this debris being left?
Mr. Chair, I'll defer to Mr. Wicks.
All right. Mr. Wicks, are you available? Identify yourself and please try to answer the question.
Andy Wicks, Professional Towing Association, sorry. So I'm also a traffic incident management instructor, which I've been doing that for 12 years. So we've taught lots of law enforcement, fire, things like that. And so in that training that we do, it's 100% the concern is to get off the road as quickly as possible. The more time you're exposed to hazards, the more possibility it is to have a secondary crash. Secondary crashes can be, it's 35 to 100 times more the chance of a secondary crash being a fatality is 30 to 50 times, 30 to 100 times more so than the initial crash. So a simple fender bender, you start backing traffic up in icy conditions or limited visibility, that's when the really bad stuff happens. So that's what we're trying to avoid, so we can get the officers in and out, get their towers in and out, and that's the whole concept.
Thank you, Mr. Wicks. Does that answer your question, Senator Hone?
Yeah, somewhat. Can you also address, I know on Amendment A, why you changed the language from must to may? And I don't know if that'd be for the Prime.
Representative Rowe, you want to take a chance at that?
I think there was concern with the must language in there that the state may get hung with the bill. But I may be stepping all over this too. I think it was a cleanup language. It doesn't really impact what the bill does. It's just
Follow up?
Was that language change brought forward by you, or who was that brought before?
Mr. Chair?
Please.
Yes, it was.
Further committee questions? Seeing none, we'll go to committee discussion and/or action. Senator Larson.
Move do pass. Oh, I thought we're not doing action yet. Oh, move do pass.
We got a do pass motion on House Bill 1188 as amended. Motion by Senator Larson, second by Senator Roll. So now it reads an act to limit the liability of law enforcement officers and others when removing a disabled vehicle from a highway, a right-of-way, or public waters. The amendment changed the title. That's why I read it again. Discussion on the motion.
Yeah, I think this is, appreciate this being brought forward. It seems like a very practical way to manage safety and property during a time of emergency. So appreciate it being brought forward.
Other comments on the motion? Seeing none, will the Secretary call the vote?
Senators Hone,
Aye.
Larson,
Aye.
Nelson,
Aye.
Roll,
Aye.
Shane Fish,
Aye.
Souter,
Aye.
Dybert.
Aye.
Mr. Chair, we have 7 yeas and 0 nays.
With the majority of the members elect all voting yea, House Bill 1188 is now approved, and I'll certify it for consent. House Bill 1189 is next on our agenda, an act to establish a greater tire weight limit for a mobile crane moving on any highway in the state. Proponent testimony. Representative Rowe, or Roar, as you signed in.
Mr. Chair, good morning, committee. Representative Kent Rowe, District 4, Hayti. I bring you House Bill 1189. This is a very small change that applies to a very specific group of equipment, and we'll just jump right in. Should have a handout here. The purpose of the bill is to establish a greater tire weight limit specifically for mobile cranes. What this does is it amends 322221 to allow for 650 pounds per inch of tire width on any axle permanently attached to a mobile crane. This applies only when the boom is carried over the vehicle. The crane is already operating under a valid overweight permit. It adds a clear definition of mobile crane, which is a lifting machine mounted on a self-propelled carrier featuring a telescoping or lattice boom designed to easily move between work sites for lifting and moving heavy materials. Violations of this is a Class 2 misdemeanor. 1188 inserted the new 650 pounds per inch limit for mobile crane axles and added the precise industry standard definition requested by the DOT and crane operators. Mobile cranes are essential for road, bridge construction, wind energy, commercial building projects across South Dakota. The current 600 pounds per inch limit forces extra axles, partial disassembly, or more trips, slowing the projects and raising costs. This targeted 50 pound per inch increase matches modern crane tire ratings while keeping every safety and permitting requirement in place. It says zero cost to the taxpayers, and DOT and motor carriers retain full control through required permits. I'll stand by for questions.
Thank you, Representative Roll. We now will go to more proponent testimony. Welcome.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Deb Mortensen, registered lobbyist for the Associated General Contractors, and we are here today in support of Representative Rowe and Senator Sauter's bill. Two of our members who are with us today to speak to you brought this idea to us late last year to make sure that our request in this language for a weight exemption was acceptable. We had a couple of meetings with Motor Carrier and with the DOT, and what you see before you is what we have worked worked out. We eased all of their concerns, and they are neutral on this bill. So we respectfully ask that you add this class of mobile cranes to current weight exemptions in law, and I will turn it over to the experts to further explain to you. Thank you.
Thank you. Further proponent testimony in the room. Welcome.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Good morning. My name is Andy Johnson. I'm representing myself and AGE Corporation, a contracting company in Fort Pierce, South Dakota. I'm here to testify on behalf of House Bill 1189. The bill before you, like Deb said, asks for a weight exemption for a certain class of mobile cranes. My ask today is you pass a bill and allow mobile cranes to travel down the road with a boom forward. Currently, we're required to transport cranes with the booms behind the rig on a boom dolly. To explain that, you guys all have a handout in front of you, shows a depiction of a crane, same crane with and without a boom dolly. You'll see it's got like a 3-axle trailer looking thing behind it. It's underneath the boom of the crane. If you guys all kind of see that, understand that. That's currently what we're forced to have to do to meet the 600-pound requirement that the state has. If we're allowed to have the 650 exemption, then we can get rid of the boom dollies. North America is the only place that requires boom dollies, with several exceptions, such as Texas, Chicago. There's a lot of different states and cities that have allowed an exemption to get rid of them because of the dangers they pose, complications they have. And these cranes, it's important to know all of them, like the one that you have in your handout, they're not designed to travel with a boom dolly. That's just an afterthought for North American markets. Most of these cranes are manufactured in Germany and a couple other countries, but they're not designed for it. That's just it's a Band-Aid afterthought that they put on. When you're transporting a crane with a boom dolly behind you, such as on that picture, you encounter a lot of poor cornering, lack of traction, damage to the cranes themselves and to the roads. Like Deb said, we talked to the DOT and the motor carrier about this when we first started exploring this. One of their engineers had looked into it, and he came to the conclusion, as we did, that we're going to do more damage to our roads and bridges with that boom dolly than without. Even though we have a higher axle weight on the single crane, the lever that boom action gives does more damage to everything going down the road. And we fully agreed with them, just having rode in a crane and drove it and knowing how they react with and without a boom dolly. It made a lot of sense. And currently right now too, it's important to note there are times where you're forced into having to travel without the boom dolly just because of space limitations. To get into your site, you have to drop the boom dolly somewhere else, travel without it a short distance because where you're going, there's no room for it. You see that a lot in urban environments, certain highway jobs, there's just no room. So you have to travel without it some anyways. It just adds a lot of complications to everything. I appreciate your time, and we also agree with the amendment that's on that bill.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Further proponent testimony, and I'll say that the amendment was engrossed at the House, so we don't have an amendment in front of us.
Hi, my name is Logan Luters. I'm representing myself and Northwest Corp out of Sioux Falls, South Dakota. Thank you for your time and hearing our bill. One thing, other than what Andy had to say, is public safety. If you guys can look at that picture of the crane, they're 90 feet long. Trying to turn that around, there's been multiple close calls and 2 accidents just of our company where people don't see that trailing boom dolly and they actually hit it. Due to the weight of that boom dolly, it doesn't hurt the boom dolly at all. Let's just put it that way. It's pretty scary to see when you see cars hit those things. That boom dolly potentially has between 80 and 100,000 pounds on it, on those 4 axles. And getting that off will rewrite the balance of the crane and make the crane safer and shorter going down the roads. A big deal, if you guys look at that thing from Manitowoc, that paper, if you guys just read a little into it, the North American standard has been behind for a long time on cranes. Most of the cranes that we have come from Germany. And the German standard, it's proven that it is safer and easier on the roads. Wheels are essentially what damage roads. We would like to try to get less wheels off the roads. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Further proponent testimony in the room. We have none online, so we'll go to opponent testimony in the room. We have none and none online. We'll waive rebuttal and go to committee questions. See no. Senator Hone?
I don't know if I have a question. It's more of a comment. Oh my goodness.
Why don't we go right into committee discussion and or action?
Okay. I'm just amazed. I've never seen one of these on the road. And that is just massive. And, you know, with my career, I deal with weight and balance issues and proper distribution, you know, and this was really shocking to see these pictures. So thank you for this legislation and bringing this forward.
Other committee discussion and or action? Senator Hone.
I'll move do pass.
We have a do pass motion on House Bill 1189, establish a greater tire weight limit for a mobile crane moving on any highway in this state. Motion was by Senator Hone, second by Senator Larson. Discussion on the motion.
Just my previous comments. Thank you.
Thank you. No further discussion on the motion. Will the secretary call the vote?
Senators Hone,
Aye.
Larson,
Aye.
Nelson,
Aye.
Roll,
Aye.
Shanefish,
Aye.
Souter,
Aye.
Dibert.
Aye.
Mr. Chair, we have 7 yeas and 0 nays.
Thank you. Having the majority of the members elect voting for the motion, it is do pass, and we'll send this to the floor. Maybe we should make Representative Rowe talk on the floor, or have somebody talk on the floor, or should we put it on consent?
Put it on consent, please.
All right, I'll certify this for consent. That's all the information we have before us today. A little good news, no meeting on Monday. We've got through all our bills. So with that, I'll entertain a motion to adjourn. Got a motion by Senator Larson, a second by Senator Sauter to adjourn. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, same sign. Motion carries. We are adjourned.
As South Dakota's public media network, SDPB serves everyone with transparency, integrity, and commitment to open access. Good, useful, and full of wonder. SDPB. SDPB helps shape South Dakota's future by educating, informing, and inspiring the next generation of thinkers, leaders, and creators. SDPB. Good, useful, and full of wonder. SDPB serves South Dakota through an interconnected communication system that is on 24/7, 365. The first place for Amber Alerts, public safety announcements, and EAS messages. SDPB keeps public servants and citizens informed. Good, useful, and full of wonder. SDPB. SDPB brings you closer to your government. With gavel-to-gavel coverage of the South Dakota legislature and in-depth reporting from Pierre. Good, useful, and full of wonder. SDPB. From early learners to lifelong students, SDPB inspires curiosity through trusted educational programs and resources for every stage of life. Good, useful, and full of wonder. SDPB. When South Dakotans need reliable information, SDPB is there providing updates and coverage that keep our communities safe and connected. Good, useful, and full of wonder. SDPB. SDPB celebrates South Dakota's student athletes with live coverage of SDHSAA state championships, sharing the excitement of hometown heroes. SDPB. Good, useful, and full of wonder. choir to debate to theater, SDPB shines a spotlight on South Dakota's talented students through SDHSAA All-State Fine Arts Programming. Good, useful, and full of wonder. SDPB. Every day, SDPB connects South Dakotans with stories that inform, inspire, and bring us together. SDPB, good, useful, and full of wonder. SDPB is your home for fact-based journalism, connecting South Dakotans with news they can trust and stories that matter. Good, useful, and full of wonder. SDPB. From children's programs to in-depth documentaries, SDPB sparks curiosity and lifelong learning in every South Dakotan. SDPB. Good, useful, and full of wonder. SDPB brings South Dakotans together, telling the stories that unite small towns, big ideas, and the people who make our state shine. Good, useful, and full of wonder. SDPB. SDPB shares the voices and experiences of South Dakotans, preserving our stories, our culture, and our sense of place. SDPB, good, useful, and full of wonder. As South Dakota's public media network, SDPB serves everyone with transparency, integrity, and commitment to open access. Good, useful, and full of wonder. SDPB. SDPB helps shape South Dakota's future by educating, informing, and inspiring the next generation of thinkers, leaders, and creators. SDPB. Good, useful, and full of wonder. SDPB serves South Dakota through an interconnected communication system that is on 24/7, 365. The first place for Amber Alerts, public safety announcements, and EAS messages. SDPB keeps public servants and citizens informed. Good, useful, and full of wonder. SDPB. SDPB brings you closer to your government. With gavel-to-gavel coverage of the South Dakota Legislature and in-depth reporting from Pierre. Good, useful, and full of wonder. SDPB. From early learners to lifelong students, SDPB inspires curiosity through trusted educational programs and resources for every stage of life. Good, useful, and full of wonder. SDPB. When South Dakotans need reliable information, SDPB is there providing updates and coverage that keep our communities safe and connected. Good, useful, and full of wonder. SDPB. SDPB celebrates South Dakota's student athletes with live coverage of SDHSAA state championships, sharing the excitement of hometown heroes. SDPB, good, useful, and full of wonder. From choir to debate to theater, SDPB shines a spotlight on South Dakota's talented students through SDHSAA All-State Fine Arts programming. Good, useful, and full of wonder. SDPB. Every day, SDPB connects South Dakotans with stories that inform, inspire, and bring us together. SDPB, good, useful, and full of wonder. SDPB is your home for fact-based journalism, connecting South Dakotans with news they can trust and stories that matter. Good, useful, and full of wonder. SDPB. From children's programs to in-depth documentaries, SDPB sparks curiosity and lifelong learning in every South Dakotan. SDPB. Good, useful, and full of wonder. SDPB brings South Dakotans together, telling the stories that unite small towns, big ideas, and the people who make our state shine. Good, useful, and full of wonder. SDPB. SDPB shares the voices and experiences of South Dakotans, preserving our stories, our culture, and our sense of place. SDPB, good, useful, and full of wonder. As South Dakota's public media network, SDPB serves everyone with transparency, integrity, and commitment to open access. Good, useful, and full of wonder. SDPB. SDPB helps shape South Dakota's future by educating, informing, and inspiring the next generation of thinkers, leaders, and creators. SDPB. Good, useful, and full of wonder. SDPB serves South Dakota through an interconnected communication system that is on 24/7, 365. The first place for Amber Alerts, public safety announcements, and EAS messages. SDPB keeps public servants and citizens informed. Good, useful, and full of wonder. SDPB. SDPB brings you closer to your government. With gavel-to-gavel coverage of the South Dakota legislature and in-depth reporting from Pierre. Good, useful, and full of wonder. SDPB. From early learners to lifelong students, SDPB inspires curiosity through trusted educational programs and resources for every stage of life. Good, useful, and full of wonder. SDPB. When South Dakotans need reliable information, SDPB is there providing updates and coverage that keep our communities safe and connected. Good, useful, and full of wonder. SDPB. SDPB celebrates South Dakota's student athletes with live coverage of SDHSAA state championships, sharing the excitement of hometown heroes. SDPB, good, useful, and full of wonder.
Good morning, everyone. Senate taxation is coming to order, and for the time being, I am taking over as chair. I would like to ask everyone to take a seat and have your cell phones turned to silent. If you plan on testifying today, please make sure to sign in over there on the iPad at the back of the room. If you are testifying and have handouts, please have the pages distribute them to the committee members. Lobbyists, make sure that you are wearing a badge and that a badge is clearly visible. Welcome to those joining us online. If you need to contact us, our committee contact information can be found on the legislative website. As a reminder that all testimony and all questions are to be addressed through the chair. At this time, I would ask the secretary to call the roll.
Senator Crabtree? Excused. Senator Grove? Here. Blanc?
Here.
Davis? Excused. Hulse?
Here.
Hone?
Here.
Senator Peterson excused. Madam Chair, you have a quorum.
Thank you. At this time, the chair will entertain a motion to approve the minutes of the last meeting. Okay, that's approved by Senator Hulse and seconded by Senator Blanc. Those in favor of approving the minutes say aye, and those opposed, nay. Okay.
So those in favor say aye. And then no.
Yeah, those in favor say aye. Those opposed, nay. The minutes are approved. At this time, I'd like to introduce the pages. Please come to the microphone, tell us a little about yourselves, and this is your last day. We certainly appreciate you guys. If you want to tell us of your future plans, that'd be great.
My name is Rachel Stephenson. I'm from Arlington, and after I graduate, I'll be attending SDSU for elementary education.
Thank you, Rachel. And I think our other one is gone. We take personal privileges at this time.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I have a personal privilege.
Senator Hulse.
Thank you. Well, today I have a shadow with me. It's 4-H Day at the Capitol, and Bailey Bender, who is actually the little sister of one of our Senate interns, Jaden Bender, is my shadow today. And so if you would all please welcome Bailey today as our shadow from 4-H.
So, thank you, Senator Hulse. Due to the long agenda, it is likely that several bills will be carried over to Monday. We are going to start out with, I'll just run through the order. Senate Bill 109, Senate Bill 191, Senate Bill 192, Senate Bill 212. I think those will all probably be tabled. And then there's going to be a little change in order. We're going to go to SJR 506, Senate Bill 243, Senate Bill 199, and after that, we will recess until the chair returns. At this time, we'll listen for proponent testimony to Senate Bill 109. Senator Howard.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So Taffy Howard, District 34. So yes, I am going to, after I say a few remarks, I'm going to ask you to table 109, 191, and 192. And that is because I would, if you are here to testify in favor of TIF reform legislation, I would ask that you stay and testify in favor of Senate Bill 228, which will be heard later. So there was very much a process that went into this. A lot of parties came together, and I'll talk more about that later. But I'm pleased with the process that we made. I'll be back to testify in favor of that bill later, hopefully later this morning. So, but at this point, I would ask that you table those three bills, and I appreciate that. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Howard. Chair entertains a motion to table at the request of the prime sponsor.
All right, well, I'll move because I think we have to do each individual bill. We can't just do all three at once. So I'll move to table SB 109.
Okay, Senator Hulse moves to table Senate Bill 109, seconded by Senator Grove. Is that a roll call?
It is a roll call.
And this will be a roll call vote. Secretary, please call the roll.
Senator Crabtree excused. Senator Grove.
Aye.
Blanc.
Aye.
Davis excused. Hulse.
Aye.
Hone.
Aye.
Peterson excused. Madam Chair, you have 4 yeas, 0 nays, 3 excused.
Okay, that motion passes, and so Senate Bill 109 will be tabled. We'll look now for a motion on Senate Bill 191.
Madam Chair, I move Senate Bill 191 to be tabled.
Motion is for Senate Bill 191 to be tabled by Senator Hall, seconded by Senator Blanc. We will take a roll call vote on that. Madam Secretary.
Senator Crabtree excused. Senator Grove.
Aye.
Blanc.
Aye.
Davis excused. Hulse.
Aye.
Hone.
Aye.
Peterson excused. Madam Chair, you have 4 yeas, 0 nays, 3 excused.
Thank you. And with that,
like to make, was there something else that you want to, go ahead.
Okay, with that, Senate Bill 191 is tabled. And we will now look for an motion on Senate Bill 192.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
I'd like to make a motion to table SB 192.
Second.
Okay, Senator Blanc makes a motion to table Senate Bill 192, seconded by Senator Grove. All those in favor will say aye, and opposed nay. Secretary will call the roll.
Senator Crabtree excused. Senator Grove.
Aye.
Blanc.
Aye.
Davis excused. Holz.
Aye.
Hone.
Aye.
Peterson excused. Madam Chair, you have 4 yeas, 0 nays, 3 excused.
Thank you. Is Senator Dybert here for Senate Bill 212? And go ahead, Senator Dybert.
Thank you. I'd ask this committee to table Senate Bill 212, please.
Madam Chair, I move to table Senate Bill 212.
Senate Bill 212, motion has been made to table that by first by Senator Hall, second by Senator Blanc. All those in favor will say aye. Opposed, nay. Secretary, please call the roll.
Senator Crabtree excused. Senator Grove.
Aye.
Blanc.
Aye.
Davis excused. Holz.
Aye.
Hone.
Aye.
Peterson excused. Madam Chair, you have 4 yeas, 0 nays, 3 excused.
Thank you. And with that, Senate Bill 212 has been tabled. Now we will hear proponent, we're going to do a revote on Senate Joint Resolution 506. And we're looking for committee action on Senate Joint Resolution 506.
Madam Chair, I move do pass.
Thank you. The motion has been made by Senator Hall, second by Senator Blanc. And we will take a roll call vote on Senate Joint Resolution 506. Madam Secretary, please call the roll. What are you doing on one?
Senator Crabtree excused. Senator Grove.
No.
Senator Blanc.
Aye.
Davis excused. Holz.
Aye.
Hone.
Aye.
Senator Peterson excused. Madam Chair, you have 3 yeas, 1 nay, 3 excused.
That failed. Okay, and that, with that motion, that has failed. Senate Joint Resolution 506. So now we will move on to Senate Bill.
All right, Madam Chair.
I'm sorry, we're back to committee action on that.
I move to the 41st day.
Is there a second on that? Okay, the motion has been made by Senator Hall, second by Senator Grove to move Senate Joint Resolution 506 to the 41st day. All those in favor will say aye. Those opposed, nay. Secretary, please call the roll.
Senator Crabtree excused. Senator Grove.
Aye.
Blanc.
No.
Davis excused. Holz.
Aye.
Hone.
Aye.
Peterson excused. Madam Chair, you have 3 yeas, 1 nay, 3 excused.
So that motion fails as well. Stand by one. And our options at this time is we could table it or send it to the floor with no recommendation.
Send it to the floor with no recommendation is my recommendation.
Madam Chair, I would
Senator
just
Halls.
say that when we took a vote the other day on this bill, the two missing members of this committee were not in favor of this bill. And so I don't think that it's respectful of the process to send it to the floor, because I think that if the two other remaining members were here, we would be having a little bit of a different vote. And I can say that because they already voted on it when we tried before. So maybe we should just take another vote now that one is here. I move to go back to the prior motion of the 41st day.
Thank you, Senator Hulse. Is there a second? A second by Senator Grove. So the motion is for Senate Joint Resolution 506 to be deferred to the 41st day. That was made by Senator Hulse, second by Senator Grove. All those in favor will say aye. Opposed, nay. Secretary, please call the roll.
Senator Crabtree.
Aye.
Senator Grove.
Pass.
Blanc.
No.
Davis, excused. Hulse.
Aye.
Hone.
Aye.
Senator Grove. Senator Peterson, excused. Madam Chair, you have 4 yeas, 1 nay, 2 excused.
Okay, and that motion passes. So Senate Joint Resolution 506 has been sent to the 41st day. And with that, we will now hear proponent testimony for Senate Bill 243.
Good morning, Madam Chair. John Carley, Senator District 29.
Good morning, Senator Carley.
Morning, committee. So we're here today to discuss Senate Bill 243. This bill is going to abolish property taxes and replace them with a $1.50 transaction fee. So this bill creates a transaction tax on all retail sales in the state of $1.50. Or 10% if it's under $15. So for example, like a stick of gum at $2 would be only 20 cents. It puts this money in a fund that is used in a waterfall fashion to pay for owner-occupied property tax. Then some a bag, and if any revenue is left, possibly commercial. Now, many of you may have heard about a potential ballot initiative that's being discussed in the public right now. And you might wonder, is this the same thing? Well, it's actually not. This one is different, and I'll explain why we're different. Here's the difference. LRC did a fiscal analysis of the amount of revenue generated from the $1.50 transaction tax. Some of you may have seen it posted online for the ballot initiative. Originally, they estimated about 1 billion transactions a year. And 1 billion transactions a year generates about $1.5 billion. Later, they revised that number that it might generate more around the lines of 800 million plus, with a large portion of that coming from tourists in the summertime. LRC did not think these estimates would be able to cover 100% of the owner-occupied, 100% of ag, and 100% of commercial on the ballot plan unless there were some other cuts. So that brings us to this bill. This bill is different in that it doesn't have cuts, but instead has a waterfall. This means there's enough revenue per LRC's fiscal note to cover all of the owner-occupied property tax, and then some left over to cover a portion of ag. It waterfalls the revenue generated onto owner-occupied first. The ballot initiative may have a gap for ag and commercial that some have found ways to cover, or the estimates are likely more revenue will be generated. But for the purposes of this bill, this bill only covers things in the proportion of what revenue comes in, starting and covering owner-occupied first. Now, there's been some opposition to creating a new tax. I've heard that discussion. I consider that myself. But we found in this year's legislative session that there is absolutely no plan that would pass that would have cuts. So instead, most of us have reverted to the idea that the only thing passable is something that also generates some revenue to cover this property tax. So I'll just remind our committee here, you voted just the other day 7-0 to send a 0.5 new county tax to be heard by the Senate. So I'll point out the difference. The one you just voted for, let's say someone went down to Costco or Sam's Club, Sioux Falls or Rapid City. They go there, they have a, I don't know, what's your average bill at Costco or Sam's Club these days? Unfortunately, it's bigger than we think. So that bill, let's take $300 for example. With the with the county tax, that bill would be $315 with the county tax added on. However, your visit to Costco or Sam's Club with a bill of $300 would end up being $301.50 with the transaction tax. So, your aye vote on this would be voting for a much smaller tax on our people. Now, one other difference with the proposed county tax and this transaction tax is this bill covers 100% of the owner-occupied property tax. Some of you may remember the county tax plan only covers a portion of the portion. That is, it only covers a portion of the 40% of the property tax that is for local government. So you'll see in this plan it's a smaller tax and it has better coverage for just that owner-occupied. And the idea being waterfall, if those revenues are ever short and our people aren't shopping, our tourists aren't coming as much, well, that amount of revenue gets smaller and it waterfalls less onto the owner-occupied and certainly not on the ag or commercial. Now, I'll point out that just last night, some of you might have seen the news, the great state of Florida passed 80-30 in their House, abolished the owner-occupied property tax. That was just last night. Now, that has been encouraged by the governor, and so the House did it. It's now next on to the Senate, where they hope to pass it there. But it's kind of making news right now, and I think this follows in that same line of effort. They limited it to owner-occupied. This bill limits it to owner-occupied. This covers all of owner-occupied. So in essence, that term abolish plays in here. So I'd ask you that you support Senate Bill 243, allow it to be the waterfall tax that covers our owner-occupied, completely removing it, and gives us the revenue from both visitors and our citizens of the state, a smaller tax that can cover this property tax. I stand by for questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Carley. Any proponent testimony? Proponent testimony for Senate Bill 243.
Thank you, Madam Chair and Committee. I'm Mike Mueller, one of the sponsors of the 2026 ballot measure that Senator Carley mentioned, which is a lead-in to Senate Bill 243. 243 resembles the context of that ballot measure, but has a revised methodology, which he just explained. I've given you all a handout with some notes in it, some charts, and some other bullets. I'd like to refer to that. We know the elephant in the room is the burden of property taxes to our citizens, obviously. And many bills have been brought over the years. I would like to commend this committee that a couple weeks ago passing Senate Bill 154, which showed owner-occupied cleanup for some outbuildings, and which was a $269 per 100,000 valuation gain if that bill gets signed by the governor, et cetera. Reminds me of a bill Julie Frymuller brought 5 years ago with a similar tone that was summarily killed in taxation. So you're a new committee. Thank you for your open mind. I know the Department of Revenue went against Julie's bill then, but went for this bill this time. So I think property taxes have become quite a viable point of discussion over the past few years. So the cascading effect that we have for the prioritized approach that Senator Carley and Representative Baxter are bringing makes a lot of sense, because owner-occupied has been the biggest challenge over the past several years with all the legislation that's been brought. Realizing out of 19 bills last year, Senate Bill 216 was the only one came through with any kind of a mediation for 3% average in the counties. And so that's a start. Immediate relief would be great. So if there's some way, I can also explain, the past couple weeks, the last page of your handout shows a sample. If you wouldn't mind going to that page, please. Black Hills Federal Credit Union has a commercial that's been playing the last couple of weeks. They're talking about their Visa cashback card. In the middle of that commercial, they said they have 11,698 swipes per second. Pause and think about that. Is that every second of every day? Is that every day of every week, every month? If that's the case, I did some quick math, just at a conservative amount of time. With 3,600 seconds in an hour, you get 40 hours per week. That's 168 available, but 40 hours of business in a week. And even at 80 cents per transaction, which would be the average between 0 and $1.50 roughly, you come up with $70 million in revenue with transaction tax, just with that one Visa cashback card, if that's a true statement. And if the hits were higher than that, the swipes were higher than that, maybe it's every hour of every day, every hour of every week, and it goes up to the $1.50. Now we're talking $300 to $400, maybe $500 million in a transaction tax. So that's a very good supplanting of what we can replace property tax with. And this waterfall effect that Senator Carley's bringing in this bill makes a lot of sense, because it does take care of the biggest problem first. And I'll just stand by for questions, and thank you for the opportunity to speak.
Thank you, Mr. Mueller. I did not mention, but we are going to allow 15 minutes for proponents and 15 minutes for opponents. Proponents started at 10:15. So next proponent testimony.
Chet Ellsworth, Rapid City, and I'm a Me Too for John Carley's 243. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Ellsworth. Any more proponent testimony? Okay. And we have proponent testimony online. Julie Freimuller, are you online?
Me? Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Julie Freimuller. I'm speaking on behalf of Senate Bill 243. I would highly encourage everyone to vote for this. This is a really good option. We've worked hard on some of this with the constitutional amendment, and this is a wonderful waterfall idea to that. A lot of people, they're talking about, like Mike talked about, the fiscal part of it. This can be done. If you put the almost $2 billion back into the citizens' pockets, they will be able to spend their money. They will be able to increase sales for businesses. They will be able to increase more sales tax revenue, and they'll be able to have freedom. That's something we're missing in this state. We are all subject to a tax lien if we can't afford our property taxes. And there are people who have reached out to me that are senior citizens that have been married for years. 50, 55, 60 years, because they got married so much younger back then. And they are paying way more for property taxes, and they shouldn't be paying any. And the younger generation can't afford a house once you wrap that mortgage or the property taxes into their monthly mortgage payment. Renters still pay property taxes. This is a way, I believe, that we can actually have an economic boom in our state because of the financial freedom we'll have as well. So I would ask that you please support this bill and get it out of committee, take it to the floor, and remember, our job is to represent the people and the voice of the people. And that's what I did when I was in the legislature. I am asking all of you, please remember, it's the people that we are the voice for, and it's the people that need this gone. People who have owned their home for years can have it taken away, and it's just wrong. So I'm encouraging your support for Senate Bill 243. Thank you.
Thank you, Mrs. Freimuller. Any further proponent testimony in the room or online? Seeing none, we will move on to opponent testimony for Senate Bill 243.
Good morning, Madam Chair, members of the committee. I'm Derek Johnson, representing the Bureau of Finance and Management, asking you to please oppose Senate Bill 243. So why oppose this bill? First of all, this is likely a declining revenue source for an ongoing, growing need. Property tax relief is an ongoing need, and as counties, municipalities, and school districts' budgets grow over time, the property tax need also grows. A transaction tax, due to the cap of $1.50 per transaction and the change in consumer behavior, is likely a declining revenue source. And let's think about that consumer behavior, about yourselves, your families, your neighbors. I'd use myself as an example that this is the case. Most nights on my way home, I call my wife and ask her, do we need anything? A lot of times the answer is, yep, can you pick up milk and eggs? Or we're out of hamburger buns. A 10% transaction tax changes my consumer behavior. A 10% transaction tax is also a very regressive tax. We're taxing small purchases at 10%, but larger purchases at a much smaller effective tax rate. You're paying $1 on a $10 purchase, which is a 10% effective tax rate, and you're paying $1.50 on a $600 purchase, which is 0.25% effective tax rate. Ask yourselves, what effect does this have on small businesses? Think about your favorite local cafe, the kind of place where you can get a great breakfast for $10, or maybe even less. How would this tax affect that small business? How does it affect a coffee shop or your local convenience store? Or maybe even think about not such a small business like your favorite fast food restaurant. As you all are perhaps heading home for the weekend and you happen to stop in at one of our great restaurants in Pierre and you're waiting in that drive-through line, be mindful of who the people are in those drive-through lines. It's going to be mostly South Dakotans. In closing, Senate Bill 243 is a declining revenue source for a growing, ongoing need. It's regressive, it harms small businesses, and it's paid for, much of which by South Dakotans, many of whom can least afford it. There are many property tax ideas that you're considering this session, and we appreciate the thoughtful process that you bring to each of those. But this one is not the answer for property tax relief, and we'd ask you to please oppose it.
Thank you, Mr. Johnson. Further opponent testimony.
Good morning, Madam Chair, members of the committee. Mitch Rave with the Greater Sioux Falls Chamber of Commerce, representing over 1,800 businesses and thousands of citizens in South Dakota. I would echo the points made from the department. This legislation doesn't pay the bill, right? And when you look across our state, we have a lot of counties and municipalities that already struggle with public safety, EMS, infrastructure that's critical to people living here, getting to work, going to school every day. Senate Bill 243 also differs from the ballot measure in that the proceeds from the transaction fee go directly toward replacing property taxes in this order: owner-occupied residential property, agricultural property, and commercial property, showing no relief for commercial if there is not enough money to fund this, which we've shown there is not. And if the pages would please pass this around, I have a fiscal note from the ballot measure that's proposed that is similar to this, in that it does not generate enough revenue that we currently utilize. I would also talk about, the proponent said renters pay property taxes. That, I guess, could be construed as true, as the costs are likely passed on to those commercial multi-housing residents. However, they do not directly pay that. And I think if we're talking about young people trying to buy homes that are currently renting, the answer is not to tax them more on every purchase that they make and make it harder for them to save money to buy that home and live the American dream, as many want to do, and that includes myself. The last thing I'd say is the new transaction fee costs are all incurred by the state to administer this tax. This takes complete local control away. If our local counties, municipalities, school boards, etc., don't have any funding, what really is the point? If they don't have money to make any decisions, what even is the point of having a local government if the state just has to take care of every single square inch of this state instead of giving that jurisdiction over to local counties, municipalities? So with that, we would urge your opposition. This bill just does not solve the issue that is in front of us. There are other property tax proposals out there that I think take a more common sense approach to this issue. So with that, urge your opposition. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Rave. Further opponent testimony? We started opponent testimony at 10:26. We'll finish at 10:41. Thank you.
All right. Good morning, Chair, members of the committee. I'll keep my comments brief. We've heard a handful of property tax bills this whole year, and when looking at Senate Bill 243, South Dakota Farm Bureau has a lot of concern with the legislation. I echo the previous comments of the speaker. Specifically, I'll use an example that I think a lot of farmers and ranchers kind of resonate with is, growing up, my parents, they'd go and either purchase a whole beef from a local producer, or we would raise one and had the luxury of being able to spend a larger amount of money in one purchase. So under this bill, we just spend $1.50 extra for the tax. Now, if someone didn't have the means to be able to go and purchase a full or a half beef, but had to go buy the individual cuts, think of all the additional tax that would be applied to that. And again, in our opinion, it's fairly regressive. It's also not good policy. And I also really want to comment on the local control aspect. Essentially, kind of takes that purse to peer instead of keeping it local. So, urge no vote on the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Bogue. Any further opponent testimony?
Good morning, Madam Chair, members of the committee. My name is Sarah Rankin, and I'm the Executive Director of the South Dakota Municipal League, and we too rise in opposition of this legislation. As Mr. Rave mentioned, the many impacts that this would have on municipal services. This shifts municipal funding from a stable property-based system to one dependent on consumer spending. Retail activity fluctuates with economic cycles. During downturns, revenues would decline, but the obligations to provide public safety, maintain infrastructure, and meet debt payments does not. Police officers and firefighters cannot be scaled back based on monthly retail receipts, and bond payments do not pause during recessions. This creates significant structural risk for municipal finance. Communities across South Dakota vary widely in retail-based tourism activity, ag presence, and residential composition. A uniform statewide reduction formula does not reflect those differences and does not guarantee that each municipality would receive full and stable replacement of the property tax revenue that is being eliminated. We fully recognize the concerns surrounding property taxes and remain committed to working on meaningful and sustainable relief solutions. However, this is not it. We urge your no vote on this bill. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Rankin. Further opponent testimony.
Good morning, Madam Chair, members of the committee. Garth Wadsworth with Elevate Rapid City. I will not repeat anything that has already been said, but I will point out that this creates a new Class 6 felony for filing a misleading report. We already have penalties in place to deal with tax filings. This would layer liabilities on top of the existing mechanisms already in place, and that burden is going to fall disproportionately on our small businesses and our small retailers who do not have full-time regulatory and compliance teams in place to deal with that. We thank you for your opposition.
Thank you. Further opponent testimony?
Good morning, Madam Chair. It's Sam Madsen. I'm a registered lobbyist for the South Dakota Association of County Officials. We rise in opposition of this bill. I'll try to keep my points brief as possible. This bill would cut funding by 2/3 for the counties, so please vote red. Thank you.
Further opponent testimony?
Good morning, Chair, members of the committee. My name is Brenda Foreman. I'm Executive Director and Registered Lobbyist for South Dakota Association of Cooperatives. And on behalf of my co-ops and our producer members, we do rise in opposition to Senate Bill 243. I will just echo the comments that have been made by the previous testifiers because I know we are limited on time. But this is going to impact how we budget. This is going to impact those people that do multiple small transactions. And for the host of other reasons that have been stated, we would ask for your opposition to this bill. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Further opponent testimony?
Good morning, Madam Chair, members of the committee. My name is Angela Ehlers, and first of all, I'd like to speak on my own behalf, and then I'll fill in for the conservation districts. I live in Precious, South Dakota. It's a population of 500. We have a grocery store, a lumber yard, a couple bars, several churches, and a gas station, a cafe. We have a lot of small transactions. Already we're close enough to Pierre, and we're on the interstate, so we're close enough to Sioux Falls and Rapid City. We lose a lot of business to the Walmarts and the Costcos and all of those. So we live with smaller transactions. A lot of people make the day-to-day transactions that BFM said, you know, get a gallon of milk and a loaf of bread, and that this is just going to force or encourage people to go to the big towns and get those, because they'll pay less tax. They won't be paying that 10%. They'll be paying over that retail tax transaction. We'll lose our grocery store. We'll lose our lumber yard. We might lose a bar. We might lose the gas station. That's what happens when you send local business out of town. And it really messes up my city budget. But and we owe much of money to the state, so we really like to have that money come in. On behalf of the conservation districts, we don't have taxing authority. We have to earn the money we spend to assist producers in carrying out conservation measures. So we sell trees, we sell grass, we sell different products. We are really popular in the small town, or the towns and the communities, because we'll sell hand plants for like 50 cents to $1 a piece. Each time somebody comes in and buys 2 or 3 trees for the yard, they're going to pay $1, a 10% tax on that, as opposed to going to the nursery where they might spend a little bit more and they only pay $1.50. So we do see that this could impact our businesses too. So thank you for your time.
Thank you. Further opponent testimony. We have 3 minutes left.
Madam Chair, members of the committee, Nathan Sanderson, South Dakota Retailers Association. You've heard a whole variety of reasons why this isn't good tax policy. Let's put that in an actual specific example very briefly. You go have breakfast, and that bill ends up to be $20. Right now, in most municipalities around the state, you're going to pay 6.2% sales tax on that transaction. You got 2% municipal tax and 4.2% statewide sales tax. That's $1.24. So your total bill on $20 is $21.24. You add this on top of that, that's a $1.50 transaction tax. And so now you're paying $22.74 on that transaction. My point is this: you're paying the same on that transaction of $20 with this transaction tax as you do on a new mattress or a boat or a car or a four-wheeler or a can of paint or a whole variety of things. That's the opposite of good tax policy. We encourage you to send this bill to the 41st day.
Thank you, Mr. Sanderson. Any further opponent testimony? Is there any online? Okay, none online. So we will close opponent testimony and we'll offer sponsor rebuttal.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Senator John Carley, District 29. So we'll just catch up a little bit on this Senate Bill 243, some of the things that we heard. So I think one of the first things we heard was declining revenue. And I certainly don't see that happening in the state. I see our revenue continuing to rise every year. And in fact, people have moved here and our revenue has continued to grow. So I don't see any declining revenue happening. If we did see that, we wouldn't see the governor already talking about some increases this year. And subsequently looking forward for growth every year thereafter. If for some reason it was declining, this bill doesn't hurt that anyway. I mean, if some of you want to believe that we have declining revenues, okay. So what does this do? It's a waterfall. So that would mean less would waterfall over to the other categories. So maybe 100% still covers owner-occupied, but only 20% has a waterfall over to ag instead of 30%. Let's say it goes our revenue goes down so far in the state that we now have to put 80% on owner-occupied. I think our citizens would still be pretty happy if 80% of their property tax on owner-occupied would be covered. So I don't have a concern with declining, and I don't think the citizens do either, and I don't think we're declining in revenue. Number two, how many of you are buying dollar transactions? Unfortunately, with the inflation that we've seen, no longer does that dollar have the power it used to have. I mean, I remember a stick of gum, maybe you used to get it for $1.50, $2. Now what is it, $5, $6? So, you know, sadly, inflation has destroyed that. We're not dealing with small amounts like we used to. In general, our transactions are higher than $15, $20, $30. Most of us know that. We know even a $20 bill anymore. It seems to be the 50 has almost replaced a 20, and I'm very disappointed at that, but that's the case. Number 4, let's take someone buying a $4 gallon of milk. And let's say they're the type of person who buys the $4 gallon of milk, goes all the way to the store, spends the gas, the drive, goes there, goes home, then comes back the next day for a $6 piece of bag of fruit. What will this do? I think for some people, it'll create some wisdom where they say, you know what, if I buy both of those two things in a day, I'll only have a $1.50 transaction. Now, maybe they don't. Maybe they still do that. Is someone going to care about a 40-cent tax on a $4 gallon of milk? I don't think so. Now, we just heard some complaints about this tax, and I'd say it's very hypocritical when just 48 hours ago we heard a 0.05%, not a flat amount, a percent tax on all people, including non-property owners, was approved. So, you know, there's this comment, well, it's going to hurt those people who don't have property, this transaction tax. Well, we just 48 hours ago approved a 0.05% tax on everyone. That meant the people who don't have property tax either. So again, I think we've moved beyond that argument, that we've recognized we have to find some revenue source. I think we moved beyond the argument that a tax seems to be necessary to cover that revenue. I wish we didn't need that. I wish we had some cuts, but that's not the conversation this year. And that's why I think you guys approved a 0.5% tax on everyone to move to the floor, including those that don't own property. So again, this is less than that. Percentage generates a lot bigger bill for someone than $1.50. All right, a vast amount of, you saw the sheet handed out, a vast amount of the transactions are from tourists. Now, why tourists? I didn't say revenue, but I said transactions. Why? Tourists. They come here, they go to multiple stores, they go to multiple events, they buy passes for the caves and the tourist attractions. They generate a lot more in transactions than the average citizen that's living in South Dakota, because we're not going to 9 different things in a day like a tourist is. You know, we're going to the grocery store one or two times a week. And so even gas filling, think of gas filling. Tourists are consuming a lot of our gas in the summer. And that's a transaction tax. All right, retailers. There was a comment about a huge burden for retailers. I'm a retailer. I file the tax each month. It takes a few minutes. You fill it out. What is the transaction amounts that you had? You fill it out, you put the percentage, you send it into the state. This would go on that same form. Very same form. It's very easy to do. You turn it in, you report it. There's nothing new created there. Someone mentioned, well, it's not going to cover commercial. I heard someone say that. Well, I'd actually agree with them. If I look at the LRC fiscal note, they say it's going to generate about $800 million. Owner-occupied is in the $400 to $500 million range. Well, that's right. It's going to cover that owner-occupied, might waterfall a little bit over to ag, but yeah, probably won't make it to commercial. But hey, you never know. Our state's growing. It's generating new revenues. Some people are moving in. Tourism may be on the increase. The government is certainly promoting that with our tourism board. You never know. It might cover some of that commercial depending how the state goes. I heard it takes funding away. This doesn't take any funding away. This is an adding funding. So if it doesn't cover the owner-occupied or ag, the system continues as is. People still have to pay that property tax. It doesn't take a shred of that away. This is purely a supplemental source to cover that. So all the cities, all the counties, all the schools still get all their revenue. Even if no one did a single transaction in the state, they would still get their revenue. There's no shift on anyone. There's no dependency. And then let's talk about the tax. This is a consumption tax. And that's where I would agree with the 0.05% you guys approved the other day. What's the fairest type of tax? Is it the death tax? Is it the child tax? Is it property tax? No, I don't think it is. I think everyone has generally said the safest and fairest tax out there is a consumption tax. You decide how much you want to spend on buying things. if you want to clump things together or not. And that's where this is even the fairer of the fairest consumption taxes. So with that said, I would urge your support for helping owner-occupied eradicate their property tax and replace it with a transaction tax. Thank you. Stand by for questions.
Thank you, Senator Carly. We'll close public testimony and open up to questions by the committee.
Madam Chair.
Senator Blanc.
Question for the Prime, please. Thank you, Senator Cartley, for being here. I believe that you opened your testimony talking about the fact that Florida just passed their bill yesterday. How similar is their language to SB 243?
Madam Chair.
Go ahead.
Senator Blanc. Florida just passed that, and their bill that they passed actually puts it onto the ballot. So they're actually not only approving it in the legislature, they're also having the people approve that as well. And some of the bills that we've looked at this year have that ability. I think we heard from one of the proponents that they plan to put a similar one on the ballot. And so, that'll be a nice option for people. But this one has a little nuanced feature with the waterfall, and that's why I would highly recommend this. I would mention that what's going to get out, as word's going to get out, Florida, Wyoming, South Dakota, those are some of the states that have been and Georgia have been considering getting rid of property tax. And this news of Florida is going to get out, and our people are going to cry out even more. Well, why can Florida get rid of owner-occupied tax? And why don't we do it too? And here's a valid plan to do that and to pay for it.
Follow up.
You probably mentioned it, but is it 80% similar? Is it close? How similar is this bill to the one that was just passed?
Madam Chair.
Go ahead.
Senator Blanc. Yeah, probably a subjective evaluation, but I'd probably put it at probably 60 to 70% similar. The idea that's getting rid of owner-occupied property tax.
Okay, thank you.
Any further committee questions? Senator Crabtree.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'd have one for maybe lead-off opponent there, Mr. Rave.
Madam Chair.
Go ahead.
Mitch Rave, Greater Sioux Falls Chamber of Commerce. I wasn't the leadoff hitter. I was the second at bat. So.
That's right. Yeah. You don't have a good enough batting average.
That's right.
I've seen you in here before. Just walk this through from I'm just kind of thinking about the state's largest city, the economy that you have there. We look through this. It's a creative idea. There's no doubt there. This is something a little bit different. But what are some of the things that are unintended here that you think from the business aspect, from people's aspect when you dive into this?
Madam Chair.
Go ahead.
Thank you, Senator. I think one of the unintended consequences we could see with this legislation is if you abolish property taxes, you're opening up South Dakota for people from all sorts of different places, California, Florida, Texas, whatever, to come here, buy property from people who actually live and work here, and then they don't live here, they don't spend time here, but they buy property because that's an asset that they are now not paying any overhead on, and they can hold on to and flip it later on down the road. I think of an example that I've seen in real life. You look at Jackson Hole, Wyoming. All of the rich people have come there, bought property, and never there, and the people that actually have to go work in this town have to drive 40, 50, 60 miles every day just to go serve the rich people that have moved there. So that's a fear that I think a lot of South Dakotans have. I think, people have talked about that Rapid City and the Black Hills could even become the next Jackson or the next Bozeman. And I think that that's a real potential consequence of this legislation if it was passed. Does that answer your question, Senator? Thank you.
Further questions?
I'll take one more. Can I take another swing? Madam Chair. I have a question for Mr. Mueller. Thank you for being here. It was mentioned in one of the testimonies earlier that this proposal would create a declining revenue source. Can you address that?
Madam Chair, Mike Mueller. As Senator Carley had mentioned, we have visitors coming to the state, 15 million plus, and it keeps increasing. I can't see this being a declining. I believe people's purchasing habits will change. I think small businesses have an opportunity to compete with the Walmarts, where you're going to have deals that they can bring you in the door, and they could have, instead of selling an item for $5, they may be selling 3 for 10 or something else to invite those people in, get the small business people more creative. Free enterprise is going to live well here. The declining revenue, I can't see that because of the population of South Dakota is going up. In the fiscal note, it says, 0.6 or 0.9% a year, something like that. So I can't see a declining revenue. I think transactions, because even those folks that live outside South Dakota and own property here, they've got to have people working in those facilities, living in those apartments, living in those buildings, causing transactions. I think the transaction count's going to go up. And what I gave an example of Black Hills Federal Credit Union, look at that one credit card, what it creates in transactions, and then start multiplying that by other transactions of other credit cards, other economic factors. Our economy is going to boom.
Go ahead.
Mr. Mattson? Thank you for being here, Mr. Mattson. I believe in your testimony, you can probably address that issue as well. You said that this bill would cut funding by 2/3. I might have heard you incorrectly, but could you verify that?
Madam Chair. No, that's correct. In its mathematical breakdown, and I'll try to explain my best, I will note that...
Please put the cookies on the bottom shelf where the kids can reach them.
Yeah, well, I was in remedial math as a kid, so bear with me, please, Senator, there is roughly around 924,000 people in the state, and there was, on average, there's about 35 retail purchases a month from them. And so if you take the $1.50 tax applied to all of those, that would end up generating what would be like $582 million. And that would be 33% of what was produced in the property tax in 2024. So those numbers were all based on 2024's findings. And so that's where I gathered those numbers. So that's where it would be less than 33%, so 2/3 less. I think that's correct.
Clarification. And then I'm done. 924,000, you're talking about the population of our state.
Correct.
Correct. And 34 purchases a month. Is that our 1-year-olds making purchases? How does that work?
Right. So it would have to factor in every man, woman, and child to just give an accurate depiction of what.
So adults are making purchases 60 or something a month or something. Okay. Just want to verify.
Yeah.
Just kind of quick. Thank you, sir.
Yep. Thank you.
Go ahead, Senator Crabtree.
Last question, if I could.
Sure.
It was pretty good public math there by an attorney. But mine's actually for Mr. Sanderson. Madam Chair. Mr. Sanderson, we heard a question from the good senator there from a box elder asking about what this does to small businesses, and the response back was that there'd be maybe positive that the free market would live well with our small businesses. I represent a lot of I guess rural communities with very small businesses that are there, and that is all we have. I think of the town of Howard, where it is essentially the main retail spot is one little grocery store that's run by a really good family there. Talk to me about really dive in what you think this is going to do to those rural businesses or those Main Street businesses in those rural communities.
Madam Chair, Nathan Sanderson, South Dakota Retailers Association. Well, we could go about having this conversation for a long time, but let's just kind of talk high level and think about your own individual purchasing habits. If you're going to go into a big box retailer, do you go in and buy a pack of gum and then leave? No. If you go fill your car with gas, do you go in and buy a pack of gum and leave? Yeah. And so just in that very little example, think about how many times you go to the gas pump, swipe your credit card, and then, oh man, we should go in and we should get, a pop and a donut or something for the road. 2 transactions. Right? Or how many times do you have, I've got cash, I want to pay cash for this on the inside of the store, but I want to use my credit card because I like the points or what have you. I mean, the notion that adding a transaction tax is going to somehow add more transactions is completely counterintuitive, and I don't think is true at all, and disproportionately impacts those who spend less. Because again, when you're talking about a transaction tax, it's the same whether you're spending $20 or $200,000. It's the same thing. The last thing I would say is, when Mr. Johnson testified that this would reduce revenues over time, the basis of that is you're putting $1.50 in statute. So during inflation right now, when we have a sales tax and it's a percentage, right, the percentage increases as inflation happens. If you spend $10, it's this much. If you spend $20, it's that much, right? But when you have a transaction tax and it's a flat amount, as inflation grows, the amount stays the same. And so the actual dollars, the purchasing power is less over time anytime there's a flat rate of something, which is exactly why in all of the transaction taxes we have right now, it's a percentage. It's for that very reason. I can't understand the way that the outcomes that some of the proponents are ascribing to this particular policy seem completely outside of reality in my estimation.
Any further questions from the committee? I have one. I'll let Mr. Mueller or Senator Carley do a rebuttal to that.
Madam Chair. Yeah, thank you, Senator Carley, District 29. Yeah, again, the reality here is I actually might agree with the opponents. Had this been a fixed amount that has to be applied to all 3 categories. This is waterfall, so this is like a rubber band. It moves back and forth. So if suddenly we have less of this or more of this, it flows more or less over that owner-occupied. So I think it's a brilliant way to allow our owner-occupied people to receive some aspect of coverage on their homes. And, we can sit here and argue how much of that or how many transactions or bundling it or that kind of thing, but whatever amount that comes into that pot, we've heard some other proposals about money coming into the pot covering. This gives a very nice flexible way that it can increase anywhere between, I think we heard even from the attorney. He said it covers 1/3 or something like it didn't cover 2/3. I'd actually agree with that. We've been stating this flexible amount of income probably would not reach commercial. But we heard the correct number there. I think he said $500-600 million. Well, our owner-occupied is about $400-something million. So there you go, covering 100% of that. Could cover more as the rubber band stretches, could cover less if you think it'll reduce down. So I think this provides a lot of flexibility with the whole system. So thank you.
I think we're done with questions. Seeing no more questions, we'll move to committee discussion and or action.
Madam Chair, I would like to move the 41st day.
Okay, the motion on the table is to move Senate Bill 243 to the 41st day. Moved by Senator Davis, seconded by Senator Crabtree. All those in favor will say aye. Discussion on the motion, please.
Thanks, Madam Chair. I'll be brief. I think the opponents really laid out some serious concerns that I would just completely agree with. I think this is it's certainly well intended. We all want to solve property tax problems, but I just don't think this is going to be the solution that is longstanding and going to accomplish what we need. So, thank you.
Madam Chair, well, I'd echo a number of those comments. I would also say I think the good senator, I appreciate his approach on creativity towards solving something that we all agree is a major issue. I think we fall short of the mark here that the opponents laid out. I mean, the opponents today represent, that's our first responders in our rural communities. That's small businesses. That's farm and ranch families. So, we saw every aspect of South Dakota come up here today and say, we want to fix this issue. This just isn't the right way to do it. I think the local control issues that they talked about are certainly meaningful. I think the burden on small business and what that does to rural communities that are already struggling is reason enough to send it to the 41st day. But I also think if you look at the absolute number one factor in South Dakota right now, and that's affordability, and what this does for, negatively to hardworking South Dakotans who have had basically, I think, a real bad run with the previous administration that had high interest rates, high inflation, and they're feeling it in their pockets. And this is only going to double down on that. And so I think this does the opposite of putting more money back in people's pockets here in South Dakota. And I appreciate the good senator and his work on this. It's always thoughtful. It's always creative. Unfortunately, I think we fall short on this proposal.
Further comments on the motion? Okay, with that, we'll have Secretary call the roll to move Senate Bill 243 to the 41st day, which was first made by Senator Davis, second by Senator Crabtree. Madam Secretary, please call the roll.
Senator Crabtree?
Aye.
Grove? Excused? Blanc?
Nope.
Davis?
Aye.
Hulse?
Aye.
Hone? No. Peterson, excused. Madam Chair, you have 3 yeas, 2 nays, 2 excused.
With that, the motion fails. Do we have a substitute motion? Okay, we're going to move on at this time, and then I think Senator Peterson and Senator Grove should be back, and we could take another revote at that time. So with that, we will move on to Senate Bill 199. Senate Bill 199 is to establish a new fund to provide property tax relief, and we'll look for proponent testimony. Good morning, Senator Lapke.
Good morning, Madam Chair. Senator Mark Lapke, District 23. I bring to you today Senate Bill 199. Let me get that pulled up here quick. Senate Bill 199, an act to establish a new fund to provide property tax relief. It's no secret that property tax is a large topic in our state currently, and rightfully so. One of the problems that we're running into, the requirements of the local governing bodies, our counties and our municipalities are becoming greater and greater. Our schools that are financed to a large extent by property taxes is becoming greater and greater. However, the burden that is being placed upon property taxpayers is becoming greater and greater too, and we're both drifting a lot farther away from the other. And so, like, just back in my home county, one of the examples there is 77% of the property tax dollar is going to our school districts, then the remainder is going to our county. I come from a small rural county. We have approximately an $800,000 a year road budget. The county recently had to purchase a new road maintainer that cost $480,000. I mean, the need is definitely there. But at the same time, there's not a lot of juice to squeeze out of the property taxpayer either, and I'm very cognizant of that. So what Senate Bill 199 proposes to do is it would create a fund that would accumulate over time. It wouldn't change the world right away. It wouldn't be a significant amount, but we would apply 25% of new revenue annually into that account. The account then would continue to grow. It would become an ongoing expense that we would add what the balance was at the prior year with an additional 25% of new ongoing revenue annually per year. If left go over a period of time, we would create a substantial fund that could have a meaningful impact on property tax going into the future. The reason to do it out in a tiered manner of this is so not to shock the system and create any hardships on any other governmental departments. The account would be required to be appropriated by the legislature on an annual basis. And something that's unique about this particular proposal is that it would be equitable amongst all classes of property and not just specific to anyone, not creating any winners or losers. I think that this is a responsible way to try to provide some meaningful, eventually looking forward to property tax relief for the citizens of South Dakota, and I would appreciate your support on this bill. I'll stand by for questions.
Thank you, Senator Lapke. Any further proponent testimony? Is there any online? No. Okay, seeing none, we'll move to opponent testimony on Senate Bill 199.
Good morning again, Madam Chair. Derek Johnson, representing the Bureau of Finance and Management, asking you to please oppose Senate Bill 199. And thank you for the opportunity to testify today. I appreciate the intent behind this bill. Property tax relief is an important issue for South Dakota families. However, I ask you to oppose Senate Bill 199 because it undermines some of the principles, specifically the budget principles, that have served our state well. This bill creates a property tax relief fund and mandates automatic transfers from the general fund based on revenue growth. At first glance, that may sound like a simple way to provide property tax relief, but the mechanism it uses is problematic. First, the bill removes legislative discretion by putting funding on autopilot. Transfers happen automatically based on a formula, which means the legislature loses its ability to make annual, intentional decisions about how new revenue should be allocated. Budgeting should remain a conscious, deliberative process, not dictated by rigid formulas. Second, the bill limits flexibility. By pre-committing funds, we reduce our ability to respond to changing needs. South Dakota faces competing priorities every year: education, public safety, infrastructure, emergency response, and property taxes. Locking in funds for one purpose ties lawmakers' hands during economic downturns or unforeseen crises. Third, while property tax relief is important, so are other needs. Our state succeeds because we balance priorities annually, and this bill undermines that balance by guaranteeing growth in one fund regardless of other demands on the state and on the state general fund. That approach risks crowding out critical services that South Dakotans rely on. Fourth, transparency and accountability suffer under this proposal. Annual deliberation ensures decisions are made with full information and public input. Legislators should make funding decisions during the budget process, not through automatic transfers that operate without review. Finally, consider the real-world impact if this bill had been in law last year. From fiscal year 2024 to fiscal year 2025, we saw $153 million in general fund growth. And under this bill, 25% of that increase, or $38 million, would have been automatically sent to property tax relief. However, the reason that our general funds grew substantially from fiscal year 2024 to fiscal year 2025 was due to one-time unclaimed property receipts. That's why the general fund grew. Yet in fiscal year 2027, the current year now, based on the revenues adopted by the Joint Committee on Appropriations last week, our total revenue is going down from fiscal year 2025 to fiscal year 2026 because we've changed the method for unclaimed property, and this bill doesn't distinguish ongoing general funds from one-time general funds. Alternatively, consider the ongoing budget for fiscal year 2027, budget that'll be adopted in the next month or so and will be deliberated heavily for the next few weeks. There's approximately $81.5 million in new ongoing revenue available to fund all of the mandatory increases for state government, changes in utilizations of programs, and potentially inflationary increases for K-12 schools, medical providers, and state employees. Can we afford an automatic transfer of more than $20 million? Where does that leave K-12 schools and state employees? These types of scenarios can force us to consider costly cuts or tap our rainy day funds to cover ongoing obligations created by this formula. This is exactly why flexibility and legislative control matter. You know, in the situation for the FY 2027, if the legislature deems it's appropriate to put $20 million into property tax relief by increasing the state's share of K-12 education, or by taking $20 million and putting it into a fund, that can be done. That can be done through the current process. However, an automatic process it gets rid of a lot of those types of decisions. In short, this bill substitutes intentional decision-making with automatic transfers. It creates structural commitments without flexibility, limits legislative authority, and reduces accountability. Property tax relief should be pursued through thoughtful appropriations, not formulas that lock us into permanent obligations. For these reasons, I urge the committee to vote no on Senate Bill 199 and preserve future legislatures' ability to make balanced, informed decisions for all South Dakotans and for the South Dakota budget. Thank you. I'll stand by for questions.
Thank you. Further opponent testimony on 199.
Madam Chair, members of the committee, Nathan Sanderson, South Dakota Retailers Association. I'll be brief too. The concept of creating a fund for property tax relief is a good one. This committee acknowledged that earlier, created one. You guys already have a bucket. So in that respect, this bill is not needed. The second thing is every year when the legislature meets, if you want to take 25% of the new general fund revenues and stick it in the fund you've already created, you absolutely have the ability to do that. This bill is unneeded. What it does is it creates redundancy, and it locks the legislature into a position where it's almost certainly going to have to violate its own statutes in order to comply. What I mean is, in order to dump this money in a bucket, you're almost certainly, especially with the sales tax collections we've seen over the last number of years, not going to be able to meet any of the other obligations that you've got out there. It's essential to give the legislature flexibility every single year. This bill is absolutely unnecessary, and we'd encourage your opposition.
Thank you, Mr. Sanderson. Further opponent testimony?
Good morning, Madam Chair, members of the committee. Heath Larson, Executive Director, Associated School Boards of South Dakota. We too rise in opposition of this Senate Bill 199. It's difficult at times to fund the state aid formula as it is designed right now. This would only put increased pressure on that component. Therefore, we do oppose the bill. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Larson. Further opponent testimony? Any online? Okay, seeing no further opponent testimony and none online, we'll offer the sponsor rebuttal.
Madam Chair. Thank you, Madam Chair. Senator Mark Lopke, District 23. I guess I don't have a whole lot of rebuttal on this, but I know this body has long talked about promising property tax relief, and it's probably time to get moving on. You know, as far as flexibility, I serve on the Appropriations Committee and have come to understand that process relatively thoroughly, and I don't see the problem with the flexibility issue in budgeting for the state of South Dakota. What we should be particularly concerned about is the flexibility of the citizens and property owners of the state of South Dakota. And as far as affecting any of the programs and the services that were needed, that's why we're starting in a responsible manner here and not trying to take a big bite at once. This is something that's going to take time to develop, because what better way to stimulate our economy and lift all ships than keep more money back in people's own pockets that's going to allow our economy to expand, increase tax revenues, and the services will take care of themselves.
Thank you, Senator Lapke. We will move on to committee questions.
Madam Chair,
Senator Crabtree.
I'd have a couple maybe for the good senator there. Welcome to the policy committees. It's nice to let you out of the third floor for a minute.
It's exciting.
Hey, Senator, coming from appropriations, you know, we're talking about the percentages of the dollars in this. Give us general figures of what we're talking about for money.
Well, it's all going to depend upon the year. If you would go back, 4 or 5 years ago when the COVID dollars were there and we were realizing some $200 million revenue increases, well, you'd be talking about $50 million. Last year, we were looking at about $30 million, so you would be talking about basically 2.5, about 7.5 million.
Madam Chair.
Senator Crabtree, and if you could identify yourself next.
Senator, a couple more questions for you. We do have Senate Bill 125, I think, that had moved through that created this protected fund, so the concept you have and the concept that Senator Dybert have, I'm a big fan of. I think, we had that here at the state level, and we've heard lots of testimony about how it shouldn't have been pulled away. And so I think we're on the right track. Maybe respond a little bit to the fact that we've already got one going, and we could put this money into that and kind of combine those. Do you think we could do that, is basically where I'm heading.
Madam Chair, Senator Mark Lapke, District 23. I think that's a conversation that we could have going forward. I think at the end of the day, anything that we accomplish is going to be good for South Dakota, because, there's a little bit different mechanisms to each particular one. But I think ultimately we have one goal in mind, and it's property tax relief.
Madam Chair, one more. Right. Thanks, Senator. I think you mentioned that this is for all property classes, correct? We're hearing pretty loud and clear that the pain point is on owner occupied as we look at each one of these states. Understanding with the general figures that you just gave me, crossing all of those, we're not going to make much of a difference with this. Any consideration to maybe focusing this in, maybe back with SB 125, where it is just dialed in on owner occupied?
Madam Chair.
Senator Lapke.
Mark Lapke, District 23. Where I come from, the constituents that I represent, we're a predominantly rural district. We don't have near quite the burdensome owner-occupied in particular. I have an expansive ag-land district. And, the thought process here is to be a little bit forward-thinking. While the values are nominal and intentionally so at the beginning so as not to shock the system, it's to an attempt to put something long-term in place that's going to have an impact not just now, but potentially in the future. And I guess by including all classes of system or all classes of property, it's an effort not to pick one over the other, to make it equitable amongst all classes. Because if you take some of the examples from our neighboring states, ag land property taxes, commercial property taxes have in fact become impressive, and if we can be a little bit proactive and head some of that off while creating relief for the owner occupied at the same time, I think is just advantageous in the long term.
Further questions, Senator Crabtree? Further questions from the committee? Seeing none, we will move into committee discussion and/or action.
Madam Chair, I move to the 41st day.
Okay, that motion to move to the 41st day by Senator Hall, seconded by Senator Davis. Comments on your...
Thanks, Madam Chair. I commend the senator for bringing this bill. Like Senator Crabtree just said, we had a bill that came forward that's creating a bucket, so we already have that going down the pipe. And basically the principle that's in this bill of taking general funds in the future that come in and reserving 25% of those to go towards property taxes, I think is a good idea. But I think that you as an appropriator, I respect your guys' decisions that you do on the third floor, and I would hope that you just do this if you think that that's what's best for our state. I also I guess disagree with the fact that this goes to all classifications of property, because I think really this year we really need to focus on owner occupied. The agriculture community has their 8-year Olympic average that works really, really well for them, and I commend all the legislators that came before us that put that plan together. Commercial properties, are able to reassess based off of the income that they make. I'm not saying that we shouldn't eventually focus on something, especially for renters, but really this year we've really got to do something for owner occupied, and so I just don't think this is tailored enough and isn't really necessary. We could still accomplish this without having this bill.
Further comments? Okay, the motion before us is to move Senate Bill 199 to the 41st day. That was brought forward by Senator Hall, seconded by Senator Davis. We will take roll call on that. Those in favor vote aye. Opposed, nay. Thank you, Madam Secretary.
Senator Crabtree?
Aye.
Grove? Blanc?
No.
Davis?
Aye.
Hulse?
Aye.
Hone? No. Senator Peterson?
No.
Madam Chair, you have 3 yeas, 4 nays, 0 excused.
Okay, so the motion to move Senate Bill 189 to the 41st day has failed, and so we are going to consider substitute motions.
Madam Chair,
Senator Blanc.
I'd like to make a substitute motion of do pass.
Second. Substitute motion on Senate Bill 189 do pass by Senator Blanc, seconded by Senator Grove. Comments on the motion?
Well, to keep it simple, I appreciated what Senator Lapke said at the end. Anything that we can do to accomplish South Dakota property tax relief would be good. I also agree that we really need to do something with and for owner occupied. I think there's a few other bills out there that are going to do that. And from my perspective, it doesn't have to be an either or. It can be a both and.
Further comments on the motion? The motion before us is do pass on Senate Bill 199. Those in favor vote aye. Opposed, nay. Secretary, please call the roll.
Senator Crabtree?
No.
Grove? Aye. Blanc?
Aye.
Davis?
No.
Hulse?
No.
Hone?
Aye.
Peterson?
Aye.
Madam Chair, you have 5 yeas, 2 nays, 0 excused. Sorry. 4-3. Yes, 4 yeas, 3 nays, 0 excused.
Okay, the motion to move Senate Bill 199 to the floor has passed, and so we will be hearing that on the floor. Senate Bill 199. And now we'll switch the gavel over to Senator Peterson.
Next on our agenda is Senate Bill 228, but we are waiting for the prime sponsor who is on the way from another committee. So with that, we will re-vote on SB 243. There was a 41st day motion which failed, but there has been a change now because a committee member has arrived, or two. So we will go back to that, and I would, as the chair, entertain a motion on Senate Bill 243.
No, you can make the same motion. Madam Chair,
Yes, Senator Crabtree.
I'd make a motion to defer that to the 41st day.
The motion has been made and seconded to defer Senate Bill 243 to the 41st day. Comments on your motion?
Just for the sake of efficiency, I think I had already talked about this a little bit before for most, I guess, two new members here. When we look back at that, I think what that did for rural communities was extremely, extremely difficult, especially for main streets. And I think it was probably harder, has a very negative impact on hardworking South Dakotans that have been feeling the affordability issues hit them hard. And so for those reasons, and the fact that we had everybody from farmers and ranchers and first responders and Main Street businesses and their employees oppose is the reason why I made the motion to defer to the 41st day.
Thank you. Further comments on the motion?
Madam Chair.
Senator Halls.
Yeah, I mean, I guess I would just say I think about communities like Edgemont or communities in the middle of the state that in order to get like the 5 basic things that you need, you oftentimes have to go to a couple different stores because we don't have places like Walmart or other, bigger stores where you can buy everything all at once. You have to go to your Dollar General, and then you have to go to the local grocery store, and then you have to go to your local pharmacy. And those are just to get the 3 basic things that you need. And so for places in our state that don't have, one business that you can buy everything all at once, our poorer families or families that live in more rural areas are going to be paying $1.50, $1.50, $1.50, $1.50, where people in Rapid City and Sioux Falls, they can go to Sam's Club or Walmart and buy everything all at once, get their prescriptions all at once in one big transaction. And so that's one of the things that I struggle with this as somebody who represents communities that have to drive an hour and a half to get to a place like that to do those things and purchases.
Further comments on the motion? Seeing none, the Secretary will call the roll on Senate Bill 243. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. In favor of the 41st day motion, sorry.
Senator Crabtree?
Aye.
Grove? Blanc?
No.
Davis?
Aye.
Hulse?
Aye.
Grove? No. Hone? No. Peterson?
Aye.
Madam Chair, you have 4 yeas, 3 nays, 0 excused.
With that, the motion to send Senate Bill 243 to the 41st day carries. We will now take up Senate Bill 228. I think we're still waiting for the sponsor, so we will be at ease for a couple minutes to give him time to get here. Senate taxation will now come back to order. We will hear from Senator Dybert on Senate Bill 230. Quickly.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Randy Dybert, District 31, which is Lawrence County. So what is a community improvement district? Does anybody here in the room know what that is? There's only 2 states in the nation that have community improvement districts, Florida and South Dakota. South Dakota has 2, Dakota Dunes and Powderhouse Pass. Were the people in this room aware of that? Some are. But what happened when we put the cap on growth, community improvement district is to bring dollars available to do a development within that district, and they have special taxing authority like a mini city. They just are not a municipality. Their growth rate in Powderhouse Pass over the last 5 years has been from 22 to 32%. They got the horizontal work done, now the buildings are going up. So it's really a hardship to have a cap on this. I just wanted to get the message out there, and we're going to try to work to solve this next year, and I ask you to table the bill if you would, please.
Thank you very much, Senator. With that, is there a motion to table the bill? Moved by Senator Hone.
Second.
Second by Senator Crabtree. That's a non-debatable motion. Madam Secretary, would you please call the roll?
Senator Crabtree?
Aye.
Grove? Excused? Blanc?
Aye.
Davis?
Aye.
Holz?
Aye.
Hone?
Aye.
Peterson?
Aye.
Madam Chair, you have 6 yeas, 0 nays, 1 excused.
With that, Senate Bill 230 is tabled. Thank you, Senator Dybert. Welcome. So we will now move to Senate Bill 228. Our prime sponsor has arrived, so we will begin with proponent testimony. Welcome, President Pro Tem Carr.
Thank you. Senator Chris Carr, representing District 11. Good morning, committee, and thank you for your patience. Senate Bill, I think I have an amendment I need moved. 228A.
Okay.
Could I ask the committee, please?
It's been moved and seconded by Crabtree and Hulse that we adopt 228A. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed? Motion carries. Please feel free to talk to 228A.
Thank you, committee. Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm really proud to bring Senate Bill 228. We've been talking about tax increment financing, its use, some concerns with it for several years. This was, I think, one of the best ways I've seen legislation get made. Stakeholders have been working together. Stakeholders from all different groups representing different perspectives and interests came together to work on this bill. I'm calling it the omnibus of TIF bill here. And so I'm just going to try to keep it short and sweet for us as much as possible, but there's a lot in here, so I'm just going to briefly highlight some sections and some of the things that are updated with the TIFs. We all know that TIF captures future property tax growth. This bill is going to help ensure that tool is used carefully by maintaining some statutory caps and strengthening oversight so that large portions of the community's tax base are not redirected without some scrutiny. Section 1 deals with the discretionary formula. This is not to be confused with the discretionary grants. It's a separate property tax abatement. This section states that any property inside a TIF cannot use the discretionary formula. The idea is if you're building a TIF district, you don't get the additional county tax reduction formula on top of it. There's no double dipping, okay? Section 2, school district levy compensation. This is kind of a technical cleanup, I guess, based on the school education compensation, how it's calculated. It updates how the county auditor calculates the extra levy used to make the school districts whole when TIF districts or tax abatements reduce taxable value. Section 3 updates some TIF definitions, the definition of contiguous and meandering districts. That way, districts will be more compact. Communities won't be able to draw snaking districts to capture unrelated increments. I know it's starting to sound a little muddy, but there's good changes in each of these. Let me get to some of the portions that have a little more meat. Section 5 creating a TIF district. Currently, cities may only have 10% of their total assessed value included in TIFs. Section 4 reduces that limit from 10 to 7.5% for first-class municipalities. So all other classes can still do up to 10%. This is important for smaller communities with less total assessed value. So those municipalities and counties can no longer lock up as much of their tax base in TIF districts. Section 7, percentage of blight requirement. To create a TIF district, the governing body must find a certain percentage of the area is blighted. This bill raises that threshold from 25% to 50% of the area. So districts addressing blight will need to be more targeted. Section 11, the eligible project costs. Section 11 establishes the requirement for a developer agreement that details the use of discretionary grant funds. This creates an added layer of transparency for the city council, the taxpayers, ensures that additional information to be considered during that review process. I'm just going to hit on a couple more. Currently, Section 12, amending the project plan. So currently, a municipality can amend a TIF plan up to 35% of the original project costs. And this is done without triggering a calculation or recalculation of the TIF base. This bill lowers that threshold to 25%. So there's less room to expand a TIF project budget without going back through the review process. And finally, I'm going to touch on Section 15 and 16, which deal with third-party review. Creates a new requirement for an independent third-party review as part of the approval process. That reviewer must be a registered municipal advisor or a licensed CPA or an independent third party with demonstrated TIF municipal finance experience. So that review must include a cost-benefit analysis, projected tax impacts over time, employment, housing, and economic output estimates, assessment of financial risk, and a conclusion on whether the project is financially feasible. This review must all be made public by at least 14 days before the governing body votes on the district. So before the TIF district moves forward, an independent expert must review the finances and tell the public how it pencils out. And that expert can't be in the developer's pocket. So I think those are some of the kind of more meaty changes here to TIFs, how they're used, implemented, and the oversight of them. I'm going to stand by, let others testify, and ask for your support. Thank you.
Thank you. Further proponent testimony on Senate Bill 228.
Good morning. Taffy Howard, District 34. So I think everyone knows, what Rapid City just went through with the Liberty Land TIF, which was a huge effort. I want to give a shout out to all the citizens who turned out, the 22% election turnout. But it woke a lot of people up. Not a lot of people were even aware of what tax increment financing was. They weren't aware of the extent to which this was being used. And out of that was born the effort by a lot of different groups and a lot of different people to look at that process, to see what changes need to be made. How could we adjust this to keep the benefit of it, but without the downsides of it so much. So the bill you see before you today is not perfect, it's perfect in the sense that it was a joint effort by many different parties who all look at this from different perspectives. We all had different goals in mind. So when I say it's not that no one's perfectly happy with this, that means it's a good bill. It means it's a good bill. We all worked together on this, and we found some common ground. We found some areas that we could agree on and work together on. The Prime already mentioned several of the areas that I see as major wins. No double dipping, he mentioned that. No gerrymandering the district. No overlapping of TIF districts. Reducing the amount that can be amended from 35 to 25%. And I do want to touch on the discretionary grants a little bit because that was a huge issue that we faced. Liberty Land was the largest TIF in state history at $125 million. $47 million of that was discretionary grants, which discretionary grants can be used for anything short of residential housing. And in this case, no one knew what those grants were going to be used for. When we would ask what they were going to be used for when we had the opportunity, it was, well, maybe fancier lighting, things like that. So that was one major issue. So the fact that before discretionary grant funds can be used, they will be spelled out in an agreement that the developer agrees to. That's huge. That's a win for the taxpayers. And having the third-party objective review is also a win. So there are many parts that are great for the taxpayers in this bill. I would urge your support and just thank you so much. And I want to thank everyone who came together and worked on this, because there was a lot of effort and time that went into this. So.
Thank you. Further proponents.
Madam Chair, members of the committee, my name is Sarah Rankin, and I'm the Executive Director of the South Dakota Municipal League. I want to start by thanking Senator Carr and Senator Howard for working with our group of stakeholders to come to a compromise that fits everyone's needs. I would also be amiss if I didn't say thank you to Senator Crabtree for helping us kind of pave the way at the beginning of this, of trying to figure out next steps. So tax increment financing is one of the most important economic development and redevelopment tools available to South Dakota municipalities. It allows communities, large and small, to address blight, support housing, redevelop underutilized property, and finance public infrastructure that's necessary to make private investment possible. In many cases, without TIF, these projects simply would not happen. SB 228 represents a thoughtful compromise among stakeholders who sought additional guardrails while preserving the usability of the tool. We believe this bill modernizes the statute while maintaining the core structure that allowed TIF to function successfully across the state. As the sponsor mentioned, this legislation strengthens transparency and accountability in several ways, providing meaningful oversight and public confidence. At the same time, the bill preserves critical flexibility. It continues to allow governing bodies, the elected officials closest to the project and the taxpayers, to determine whether a district is appropriate. It maintains the ability to amend project plans within reasonable parameters without triggering unnecessary base redetermination and smaller adjustments. And it continues to recognize a broad definition of eligible project costs. The flexibility is not incidental. It is essential. If TIF becomes overly rigid, overly burdensome, or procedurally unworkable, municipalities will be left without a viable mechanism to address redevelopment challenges. The reality is that no two projects look the same. Rural housing looks different than urban infill. Industrial development differs from downtown revitalization. The statute must continue to allow those differences while ensuring accountability. SB 228 strikes that balance. It acknowledges the concerns raised about transparency and fiscal review while preserving a tool that communities rely upon to grow their tax base, improve property values, and support long-term economic vitality. From the League's perspective, this bill reflects compromise. Not every provision may be perfect for every stakeholder, which I think we've all mentioned, but it is workable, and most importantly, it keeps TIFs usable. For those reasons, we respectfully ask for your support of Senate Bill 228. Thank you.
Thank you for the proponent testimony.
Good morning, Madam Chair, members of the committee. Garth Wadsworth with Elevate Rapid City. I would also like to thank everyone involved in putting this together. When we sat down, agreed to compromise, we didn't know if there was a guaranteed product at the end of the road, and yet everyone was still willing to invest the time and work through the process. And so we have a final product that we can all live with at the end of the day. I won't repeat anything, but this does put some common sense protections in place while preserving the integrity and flexibility of the TIF statute and use of TIFs for communities of different sizes with different needs. So we appreciate your support. Thank you.
Thank you
I'm here
for the
questions.
proponent testimony.
Good morning again, Madam Chair, members of the committee, Mitch Ray with the Greater Sioux Falls Chamber of Commerce. We appreciate the good senator from Sioux Falls bringing this forward. It is a good compromise bill. It's been worked on by many stakeholders, and it still allows us to utilize TIFs in the right, responsible way to continue developing our towns and bringing new amenities to them. So with that, we'd urge your support. Thank you.
Thank you. Further proponent testimony. We're running low on time, so Me Too's would be appreciated.
Madam Chair, members of the committee, Mike Bockerny, CEO of the Economic Development Professionals Association of South Dakota, also the registered lobbyist for the Aberdeen Chamber of Commerce and the Aberdeen Development Corporation. We offer a Me Too. Thank you.
Thank you. Further Me Too testimony.
Good morning, Madam Chairman, members of the committee. Deb Mortensen, registered lobbyist for the Associated General Contractors. We too rise in support of this bill. We think that the end product in this bill will help keep TIF as an important economic development and redevelopment tool. Thank you.
Thank you. Further Me Too proponent testimony.
Good morning. My name is Chris Jacobson, and I serve as the Executive Director for the South Dakota Association of County Commissioners. We appreciated being one of the stakeholders and would urge your support of Senate Bill 228 as amended. Thank you.
Thank you. Further Me Too proponent testimony.
Madam Chair, members of the committee, my name is Julie Johnson. I'm the registered lobbyist for a coalition of nonprofit housing entities known as Homes for South Dakota. I cannot tell you at this moment that the Homes for South Dakota are 100% behind this bill, but I wanted to just enter that we aren't opposed to this bill at this point. I've done a ton of TIF law in my time, but I just wanted to preserve the place for Homes for South Dakota for them to thoroughly study the amendment and to weigh in again later. Thank you.
Thank you. Further Me Too proponent testimony. Any proponent testimony online? Okay. With that, we'll move to opponent testimony on Senate Bill 228. Any opponent testimony in the room? Any opponent testimony online? Okay. So with that, we will waive rebuttal, and I will open it up to committee questions. Seeing no questions, I will open up to committee discussion.
I have a comment.
And/or action.
Madam Chair, I'd make if you're ready for action, I'd make a do pass motion. Yeah, he can comment on how he agrees with this motion.
So there was a motion by Senator Crabtree. Did we have a second? Yes. Okay. Senator Davis. Okay. All right. Thank you. I'll open it up to comments on the motion. And Senator Blanc and Senator Grove, I'm sorry if I skipped over you, but if you have comments, feel free to jump in after Senator Crabtree.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I want to just say absolutely fantastic job by the two senators that brought this forward today. I tell you what, it is a critical local tool that we have to create new jobs and more money back in people's pockets. And earlier discussions seemed like things were separated by an ocean, like we weren't going to be able to get there. And to be able to do this while keeping the tool in there and putting proper guardrails up that we all agree should be there to protect the taxpayer, while also making sure that, and oftentimes when we try to do that, it gets so onerous you can't use it, or it becomes to the point where it really takes away that local control and it becomes very heavy-handed from a state perspective. And so to be able to work through that, and I think it's been about a decade or more since we've had major TIF work done in the legislature, but to be able to pick that up and keep that moving is just a phenomenal job by everybody involved. And so, on behalf of everybody, I think in South Dakota that wants to create more jobs and better pay and protect the taxpayers, I think this is a great solution.
Thank you. Further comments on the motion? Senator Grove?
Madam Chair, I just wanted to acknowledge that I thought that I may have stepped into bizarro world when I walked in and you all were proponents and not opponents in this room. And so with that said, well done. Clearly we have reached like a new level of reality in Senate taxation. Good job.
Thank you. Senator Blanc, did you have comments?
I just wanted to, personal privilege.
Could we do personal privilege after we take action on the bill?
Can I just make a
yes,
comment?
Can
we
yes.
just have a round of kumbaya? Just one, just theoretical. Just raise your hand if you do that. And again, I'm grateful for you bringing this bill, and I think that it's pretty rare when we have this kind of unity, so I'm in support.
Thank you. Go ahead, Senator Hone.
Yeah, I'd like to make a big thank you as well, because before I came to session, I met with my city mayors. They were very concerned about the TIF legislation that was possibly coming forward. So thank you for working on this.
With that, I think maybe the chair is about the only one who hasn't made a comment. Well, there's 3 of us girls in the room that haven't made comments, but okay. So I think we know where we're at with this. So I will ask the secretary to call the roll on the do pass motion for Senate Bill 228. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no.
Senator Crabtree?
Aye.
Grove?
Aye.
Blanc?
Aye.
Davis?
Aye.
Hulse?
Aye.
Hone?
Aye.
Peterson?
Aye.
Madam Chair, you have 7 yeas, 0 nays.
With that, Senate Bill 228 goes to the floor with the do pass motion. Is there any objection to this being on consent, or would the sponsor like to talk about it on the floor? Okay. Right. All right. So this will go on consent then. And with that, I think we just have one bill left, but we're kind of up.
2 bills.
Do we have 2 bills left? Okay.
Birds and cars.
What are we? We tabled. Oh yeah. Okay.
We tabled that.
Okay. I think we have 2 bills left for Monday. Yes. Right. Okay. Yeah. Okay. All right. With that, I would entertain a motion to adjourn.
Oh, wait a minute. We got 3 bills.
Those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed? We are adjourned.
We got 3.
SDPB helps shape South Dakota's future by educating, informing, and inspiring the next generation of thinkers, leaders, and creators. SDPB. Good, useful, and full of wonder. SDPB serves South Dakota through an interconnected communication system that is on 24/7, 365. The first place for Amber Alerts, public safety announcements, and EAS messages. SDPB keeps public servants and citizens informed. Good, useful, and full of wonder. SDPB.